Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Riverwalk Stadium in historic downtown Montgomery, where Alabama State will face the Troy Trojans for the second time in this 2022 campaign, hoping that this time turns out differently than the March 22nd matchup, where Troy beat Alabama State 11-1. Again, good evening. Settle in on the Alabama State Sports Network on YouTube and BamaStateSports.com. I'm Daryl Dappridge. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play this evening, all 9 innings of Alabama State and Troy. This rivalry has really grown in the last couple years. They've played a home-and-home series. One of the games has been played at Riddle Pace Field in Troy. The home game for Alabama State sometimes is played on campus at Alabama State, but they have moved it to Riverwalk Stadium, and it's in a beautiful, beautiful venue here at Riverwalk as Alabama State will take on the Troy Trojans. Here are your starting lineups for this evening's matchup. First, for visiting Troy, they come in with a record of 16-7. They are coming off a loss at University of Texas Arlington. The Mustangs won 2 of 3 from Troy over the weekend. Troy did salvage the last game 7-3. They start at first base, number 30, William Sullivan. He'll be your leadoff hitter. Batting second and playing shortstop, number 2, Jesse Hall. Batting third in left field, number 7, Kyle Mock. Batting fourth, your third baseman, number 51, Easton Kirk. Your designated hitter and batting fifth, Wetumpka's own number 12, Seth Johnson. Batting sixth and catching, number 40, Clay Stearns. Batting seventh and playing center field, number 4, Trey Leonard. Batting eighth in right field, number 16, Colin Summerhill. And batting ninth, your second baseman, number 31, Donovan Wibbs. Your starting pitcher, left-handed pitcher, number 21, Rigsby Mosley. Mosley is a dual threat. He can play some outfield. He's a great hitter. He'll be on the mound tonight. He comes in with a record of 2-0 and a 1.42 ERA. So from right to left defensively for Troy again, his pitching is Mosley, catching is Stearns, Sullivan at first base, Wibbs at second, Hall at short, Easton Kirk at third, Mock in left, Leonard in center, and Summerhill in right. Seth Johnson, your designated hitter, and Mosley, your starting pitcher for the Troy Trojans. Alabama State, the home team tonight. They come in with a record of 12-12. They also lost a big series over the weekend, a conference series against Bethune-Cookman. They did salvage the Sunday game 6-3. Here is the starting lineup for Coach Vasquez's Alabama State Hornets. Leading off and being the designated hitter, number 10, Corey King. Batting second at first base, number 6, Chris Lewis. Batting third, playing shortstop, number 14, Christopher de Guzman. Batting fourth in right field, number 21, Angel Jimenez. Batting fifth behind the plate tonight and catching, number 5, Hunter May. Batting sixth at second base, number 3, Dylan Espinal. Batting seventh in center field, number 25, Trenton Jamison. Batting eighth and playing third base, number 24, Christian Lopez. And batting ninth in left field, number 1, Jabronsky Williams. Your starting pitcher for Alabama State tonight comes in with a record of 0-2, 6.92 ERA. Right-handed pitcher Kevin Matos. Your umpires, home plate Lee Ishman, first base Kevin Bradley, third base Eric Gaucher. So that's how it'll set up for Alabama State. In the field, left to right, Mosley on the mound. Matos on the mound, May catching, Lewis at first, Espinal at second, de Guzman at short, Lopez at third. Left field will be Williams, center field Jamison, right field Jimenez. That is both teams' starting lineups. We'll be back with the first pitch from Riverwalk Stadium. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Alabama State Sports Network. To Riverwalk Stadium, Daryl Dapprich here as I'm about to bring you the Troy Trojans versus Alabama State. Wanted to look at a couple of matchups and a couple of statistics from batting averages and that type of thing from both teams to look to see who paces both squads. Right now for Troy, there's not a hotter hitter in the country than left fielder Kyle Mock. He's coming in, the sophomore is hitting .455. Really getting it done is Mock. Mock is a sophomore, as I mentioned, from Orlando, Florida, Bishop Moore Catholic High School, and he is absolutely crushing the baseball. Trey Leonard, the center fielder, number 4, he's from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, George Washington High School. He's a transfer from Louisville, from the University of Louisville, playing in the ACC. Leonard right now hitting .367. Easton Kirk, the left fielder for Alabama State, sitting .317, but he does lead the teams in home runs with 4. So Kirk, Mock, and Leonard are 3 guys to keep an eye on if you are the Alabama State pitching staff. To get a little bit more information on Kirk, who does, like I said, lead the team in home runs for Troy, he is a 6-foot senior from Piedmont, Alabama. He's a transfer from Wallace-Hansville Community College. He's come in right away and made an impact for the Trojans. For Alabama State, man, they are paced by leadoff hitter Corey King. He's not only hitting .343 is King, the sophomore from Lithonia, Georgia, coming in from Seminole State Community College. King's hitting .343, but he leads the team with 5 home runs and 24 RBIs. He absolutely crushes it, does the right-hander. Also in the lineup, really hitting the ball well, Hunter May. He's hitting .350. He's the catcher. He's from Slidell, Louisiana, North Shore High School. Hunter May is hitting .350, second on the team with home runs with 4 and 19 RBIs. And then Angel Jimenez, the right fielder from Puerto Rico, number 21. He's got 3 home runs, 21 RBIs. He's hitting a robust .354. So that's who's kind of pacing both squads, Troy and Alabama State. Umpires and both head coaches, Skylar Meade and Jose Vasquez, at home plate, having the home plate pregame meeting. They'll probably do the national anthem. So we're going to go ahead and take another break. This is going to be a 3-minute break. And when we come back, we'll give you the first pitch from Riverwalk Stadium for tonight's matchup, the Troy Trojans versus your Alabama State Hornets. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Stadium, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for our country's national anthem. And there it is, the national anthem on this beautiful night for baseball. Wind blowing out to the left field, left center field, slightly about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Ball will carry here at Riverwalk Stadium. You get one in the gap. Dimensions 334 down the line, 395 in the gaps, 400 straightaway center, 373 the right center field gap, and 333 down the right field line. But the ball does carry here, especially with it's not a lot of humidity tonight. Temperatures perfect for first pitch. Our first pitch degrees, our first pitch temperature right now will be 81 degrees, which is unseasonably warm for April. But the ball will carry. No humidity to speak of, really. And as I mentioned, the wind blowing out at about 8 miles per hour to left center field. 33% humidity. So, I mean, this is a beautiful night for baseball. Great place. We invite you to come down to the ballpark. We love you listening to us on the Bama Sports Network, the Hornet Sports Network. But if you're in the area, plenty of good seats available at Riverwalk Stadium to come check out this matchup, which has become, as I mentioned in pregame, a nice little rivalry. Teams separated by 45 miles. They've played each other in football before. They've played each other in basketball. But baseball is something where they play every single year in a little home and home. This will be Alabama State's home game. They are dressed in their white uniforms, white tops, white bottoms with the ASU across the chest, white hats, black bill. Troy will be in their road grays, trimmed in cardinal. Gray tops, gray bottoms. So starting for Troy will be Sullivan, Hall, and Mock. Here to lead off the top of the first for the Troy Trojans. As mentioned, they come in with a record of 16-7 under first-year head coach Skylar Meade. He replaced Troy legend head baseball coach Mark Smart. Meade comes in. He was an assistant at South Carolina to lead the Trojan ship. Alabama State, as mentioned, 12-12. 4-2 in conference, though. This is obviously an out-of-conference game for both teams, but it's nice that they get to play this in Montgomery. Kind of a little bit of a feel to it, a minor league ballpark. Riddle Pace Field is a great facility, as is Alabama State's baseball field on campus, but it's nice to get off campus a little bit and play this game at Riverwalk. Matos is finishing up his warm-ups right now, as we mentioned. He's a right-handed pitcher. He comes in with a record of 0-2, a 6.92 ERA is Matos, and he's got a brother on the team as well. He's an outfielder. Matos is a 5'11", 170-pound freshman from San Juan, Puerto Rico, is Matos, as he continues to give his warm-ups to Hunter May. May behind the plate, Lewis at first, Espinal at second, De Guzman at short, Lopez at third. That is your Hornet infield. And left field is Jabronsky, Williams, Trenton Jameson in center, Angel Jimenez in right as you go around the diamond for the Alabama State Hornets. Sit back, relax. Again, if you're in the area, come out. Plenty of seats available for this beautiful night at Riverwalk Stadium to take in this baseball game. If not, relax. We're glad you joined us on the Hornet Sports Network here on YouTube at Alabama State Sports and AlabamaStateSports.com. Sullivan comes in the box now. He's hitting .291 on the year, 1 home run, 11 RBIs for William Sullivan, the left-handed hitting first baseman for Troy. Matos steps behind the rubber, gets a little dirt, and we're about to get underway here between Alabama State and Troy at Riverwalk Stadium. Glad you can join us. Matos' first pitch, ball outside, just a little bit outside, counts 1-0. We're going to try to get pitch speed for you guys, too, if they flash it on the Jumbotron, the big scoreboard in left center. If they do that, I'll give you some pitch miles per hour. 1-0's the count. Matos delivers. Sullivan takes up high, and the count is quickly 2-0. Matos is throwing hard, though. He's popping the mitt of May behind home plate. Matos works fast. Looks in. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside, just misses the corner. Hunter Mays a little bit confused, thought that was a strike, and the count quickly runs to 3-0 on William Sullivan. As mentioned, hits .291 on the year. 3-0 pitch from Matos. Strike right down Broadway, and the count goes to 3-1. Sullivan taking all the way. Left-handed hitter. 2 doubles on the year to go with that 1 home run and 11 RBIs. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Ball's grounded to second. Espinal's got it. Up to Lewis, easy out. And there's out number 1 in the top of the first as Sullivan grounds out to Espinal. That'll bring up Jesse Hall, the shortstop. Hall hitting .284 on the year. So Sullivan grounds out 4-3 to open up the game, and that brings up Jesse Hall. .284, no home runs, 15 RBIs, 6 doubles, and has 3 stolen bases. First pitch strike on the inside corner. Matos bringing it now. The count's 0-1 to Jesse Hall. No score here. Top of the first, 1 out. Matos pitch. Curveball just doesn't get inside the corner enough, and it's 1-1 to Jesse Hall. Hall stays in the box. Matos. Here goes Matos' pitch, and he hits Hall right in the back, right into the number 2. Hall gets hit with the hit by pitch. And there's a runner on first now with 1 out. That'll bring up Kyle Mock, the left fielder. Mock, as we mentioned, hitting .455, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. But he's leading the team in hitting right now. Left-handed batter is Kyle Mock. Runner on first, 1 out. No score here in the top of the first. Hall, as we mentioned, has got good speed. 3 of 4 on stolen bases. Fouled off is Kyle Mock down the third base line, back over the club suites here at Riverwalk Stadium, and the count's 0-1. Hall 3 of 4 on stolen bases. Tied for the lead in stolen bases. Actually, 3 guys for Troy have 3 stolen bases. 0-1's the count. Hall gets a little bigger lead. Here's the pitch. Ball outside, and the count goes to 1-1. So Hall's at first. He got hit in the back with a Matos fastball. He's on first base with no score here in the top of the first. Matos checks the sign. Mock digs in. Ball low, fastball just dips below the knees, and the count runs to 2-1 on Kyle Mock. Righty versus lefty matchup. Alabama State shades him a little bit away. Not to pull, kind of straight up is how they have Mock played in the outfield. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch by Matos. And the count goes to 2-2. Matos throwing hard early in this baseball game. Hall takes his lead off from first. Matos takes a look at him a little bit over his shoulder. Here's the pitch. Ball grounded up the middle to Espinal, and he tries to flip it to De Guzman, and it's an error. Can't be handled there. Bad toss. We're going to go ahead and give him an E4 on that. Looked like he had a double play opportunity. Espinal did a good job of ranging to his right to get there, but he did field the ball cleanly. And when he tried to flip it to De Guzman, he made an errant throw. So now there's runners on first and second without a base hit. Troy has 2 base runners here in the top of the first. It brings up Easton Kirk, the third baseman. Kirk hitting .317, 4 home runs, 18 RBIs, another left-handed batter. Matos inside, ball 1. No score, top of the first. Runners on first and second for Troy. They have a little something going here against Matos. And again, Matos hit a batter, and there's an E4 to have both Troy runners aboard. 1-0's the count. Matos sneaks a peek. Here's the pitch. Ball outside and high, and the count runs to 2-0. Easton Kirk with a good eye. The third baseman is Kirk. Good power. The wind is blowing out to left center, though, so he'd have to kind of go the other way if he wanted to get it out of here. 2-0 pitch. Smoke down the first baseline. Foul behind the tarp. Kirk way out in front of the Matos fastball, and the count's 2-1. Mock on first, Hall on second for Troy. 1 out. Double play is in order for Easton Kirk. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ball high and outside by Matos. And he runs that count to 3-1. And this is dangerous. This is the danger zone right here. With a home run hitter, Easton Kirk can be sending fastball here, waiting for the fastball to come across the heart of the plate. Matos sneaks a peek at second. Here's the pitch. Strike. Nice pitch. Little cut fastball there at the knees on the inner half. He runs the count full 3-2 now with 1 out. Runners on first and second. No score. Top of the first here between Troy and Alabama State. Full count. Delivery on the way. Ball hit back to Espinal. This time he gets it to De Guzman, who flips it over to Lewis for the 4-6-3 double play. And Alabama State is out of the inning. For Troy, no runs, no hits. There was 1 error in the inning and 1 runner left on base. Your score after 1/2 inning, Troy 0, Alabama State coming to bat. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium here. Bottom of the first, no score. Troy had 2 runners on, but Kirk grounds out to the 4-6-3 double play to end the threat. So Troy does not scratch on the top of the first. This will be Corey King leading off for Alabama State. Corey King hitting .343, 5 home runs, 24 RBIs. Very dangerous as he settles in against left-hander Rigsby Mosley. 2-0 with a 1.42 ERA. Mosley pumps it in there, throws very hard, does Mosley. He gets strike 1 call over the outside corner. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball. King swings over the top of it, and Rigsby Mosley's ahead quickly. 0-2 on Corey King. Corey King, the designated hitter, as we mentioned, from Lithonia, Georgia, by way of Seminole Community College. Ball in the dirt. Good job that time by Stearns, who blocks it up. And the count is now 1-2 to Corey King. Mosley, another quick worker. Both Matos and Rigsby Mosley are quick workers. And Mosley, speaking of that, gets King down swinging with a blazing fastball on the outside corner for out number 1. Corey King strikes out to lead off the inning. That brings up Chris Lewis. Lewis comes in, the left-hander, hitting .306. No home runs, 14 RBIs. Veteran of this ball club for Alabama State is Chris Lewis. Changed his number a couple times through the years. Lefty on lefty. Mosley, strike 1, pours it in over the outside corner. And the count is quickly 0-1, and Mosley is throwing extremely hard. I wish we had a gun on him. Ball's fouled straight back, right where we are, right over the top of my head. Couldn't make the play, couldn't get up quick enough. You guys could probably hear it with the mic. That was I tell you what, if that would have just landed a little bit lower, that could have came in this open window. Here's the pitch, and Lewis to Hall, deep short. Hall across the diamond to Sullivan for out number 2. So Chris Lewis grounds out to Jesse Hall for out number 2. That brings up Christopher de Guzman, the shortstop, hitting .309, no home runs, 15 RBIs for de Guzman. One of the great things about Riverwalk Stadium and its ambiance and its character, the train out in left center field. Mosley to Guzman, who's a switch hitter. He's on the right side now. Takes a long swing and a cut and a miss, and the count's 0-1. Mosley delivers. Ball high to de Guzman. Counts 1-1. If you're Alabama State right now, probably one of the things you want to do is step out a little bit. Mosley is working quickly, and he's really speeding Alabama State up. Ball outside, 2-1. Tries the breaking ball, he misses. But he's quick pitching Alabama State right now. Might be good for them just to step out, slow Mosley down a little bit. 2 outs here, bottom of the first, no score. De Guzman fouls one down the right field side, down the lawn area out there, where normally people will sit on blankets and have picnic baskets and in folding chairs. It's a little empty right now. And the count's 2-2. Time called to get the foul ball behind home plate. Bottom of the first, no score here from Riverwalk. Troy and Alabama State. Mosley looks into the sign from Stearns. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ball in the dirt to de Guzman, and he runs the count full to 3-2. Here comes the payoff pitch. And de Guzman smokes it to left, right at Mock, over his head off the base of the wall. He hits it so hard, however, that he has to stay at first base. An absolute rope by de Guzman as he lines a single over Mock's head in left field, but it was hit so hard at the base of the wall and it kicked back to Mock that he could not advance past first. So 2-out single for Christopher de Guzman. That'll bring up Angel Jimenez, the right fielder for Alabama State. Jimenez comes in hitting .354, 3 home runs and 21 RBIs with a runner on first base and 2 outs. No score here, bottom of the first. Ball in the dirt, does not get away. Good job by Stearns to block that up. De Guzman cannot advance. He stays at first base, but it is ball one. When that ball was hit initially by De Guzman, it looked like it was right at Mock, and then it just carried, had a little backspin on it, got over the head of Kyle Mock in left field. Mosley gets the sign, looks in, here's the pitch. Breaking ball, he hangs it, but Jimenez swings through it, and the count is 1-1. 2 outs. De Guzman at first. Now, De Guzman's got great speed. He's 6 of 8 in the stolen base department, leads Alabama State in stolen bases. Only been caught twice. Here's the pitch. Strike. Jimenez a little late on the Mosley fastball. And the count is now 1-2. And you wonder if they're going to put De Guzman in motion here, because then a gap could score him. Keep the force play away from second base as well. Here's the pitch. Sprayed down the right field line in the berm, grassy berm area again. Ball's foul, and the count remains 1-2 on Angel Jimenez. No score. Bottom of the first. Alabama State and Troy. Mosley works quickly, looks in again at Jimenez. De Guzman gets a little bigger lead, and there's the fastball. He blows it right by Jimenez for the third out. So for Alabama State, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Your score after 1 complete, no score. We head to the top of the second. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium. Top of the second, no score between Alabama State and Troy. Leading off the top of the second for Troy, designated hitter Seth Johnson. Johnson comes in hitting .234, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. Local product from Wetumpka by way of Evangel Family Christian Academy. Ball outside to Seth Johnson. Johnson can play right field as well, DHing tonight. Matos looks in, gets the sign. Here's the delivery. Johnson fouls it off at home plate, squibs it behind the plate, and the count gets even to 1-1. No outs, top of the second. Couple of base runners, 2 base runners for Troy in the top of the first, 1 for Alabama State in the bottom. Both get stranded. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Curveball just wraps around the outside corner. Count goes to 1-2. Seth Johnson couldn't pull the trigger on that one. Here's the pitch. Ball high, nice take by Seth Johnson. Didn't swing or didn't offer that high fastball, and the count runs even to 2-2. Johnson 2 doubles on the year, does have a triple, 5 RBIs to go along with those 2 homers. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Ball high, 3-2. Matos, 19 pitches already. Count full. Here's the payoff pitch. Ball inside. Seth Johnson draws a leadoff walk here to start the top of the second. I'll bring up Clay Stearns, the catcher, number 40. Stearns hitting .236, 1 home run, 15 RBIs. Very good defensive catcher. Troy's got a couple of them, along with Caleb Bartolero, who's also a good defensive catcher. Stearns settles in. Johnson on first. Not much of a threat to steal. Actually, he's 3 of 3, so I'm reading that wrong. That ball smoked. And just watch it go. Clay Stearns absolutely hammers the first pitch fastball by Matos, and he puts Troy up 2-0 quickly as Stearns hits it in the trees in left field. That'll be Stearns' second home run on the year, and it gives Troy a 2-0 lead. That was a no-doubter. As soon as he hit that, you could hear it. Left fielder Jabronsky Williams just turned around and looked at it, and a 2-run homer by Stearns puts Troy up 2-0. That'll bring up center fielder Trey Leonard. Leonard hitting .367 on the year. He's got some pop, 2 home runs, 11 RBIs. So Stearns jumps on the first pitch fastball, doesn't wait to get deep in the count, and he sends it over the left field wall way out of here, where the wind is blowing out slightly at about 10 miles per hour. Here's the pitch. That ball's hit down the third base line in the Sweets area for strike 1 on Trey Leonard. Left-hander. Leonard, as we mentioned, the transfer from Louisville, originally by way of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fakes the bunt. Curveball drops in for a strike, and the count is 0-2. 2-0 Troy here, top of the second, by way of the 2-run home run by Clay Stearns. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Ball's kind of nubbed in short center and will drop in front of Trenton Jamison as Trey Leonard gets a seeing eye single, but it counts. And all 3 Troy batters in this inning have reached. Seth Johnson by way of base on ball, Stearns the 2-run homer, and now Trey Leonard with the soft single to center. Leonard 3 of 4 in the stolen base department, so he is also a threat to steal. This brings up right fielder number 16, Colin Summerhill for Troy, the number 8 hitter. He's hitting .218, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs on the year. Matos takes a peek. Here's the pitch. Ball outside, little slider just off the plate, and the count is 1-0. Matos takes a look. Leonard at first. Ball knifed to the right field club suites now. First base club suites, and the count evens at 1-1. Colin Summerhill. Summerhill's a 6'3" sophomore from Chicago, Illinois, by way of Triton College. Ball in the dirt. Nice job by Hunter May to block that up. And the count goes to 2-1. Leonard at first by way of a single to center. Matos looking for the first out of the inning here. Ball fouled straight back again. Count goes full to 2-2. Alabama State's got somebody warming in the bullpen. Let's try to see who that is. Two-two count. Matos looks at first, where Trey Leonard takes the lead. Pitch to Summerhill. Curveball just low. Summerhill wanted to pull the trigger, could not. And the count goes full to 3-2. We'll see if they've got Leonard in motion here to try to stay out of the double play. Summerhill has struck out 17 times on the year. Is a candidate to strike out. Matos takes a little peek, and there goes Leonard, and that ball is fouled down the right field line. We'll get out of here, and we'll do it all over again on a full count. Leonard was leaving, had a big jump, would have had the base stolen. Full count on Summerhill, the right fielder for Troy. They lead 2-0 here in the top of the second by way of the Clay Stearns 2-run home run. Leonard's on first. Summerhill's up to bat. And Matos is trying to get out of this inning. Here's the pitch. Ball's hit straight up. Should be playable. Actually, Espinal had moved way over. Good job that time by Chris Lewis. There was nobody at second base. It was vacated, and Chris Lewis had to go over his shoulder and go to shallow right field, and he makes the play for out number 1. We go back to the top of the order. William Sullivan now leading off, 0 for 1, grounded out to second his first time up. So 1 out in the inning. Correction, this is Donovan Wibbs. Donovan Wibbs, second baseman. Wibbs hitting .296 on the season, 1 home run, 12 RBIs. Wibbs, the number 9 hitter, in for Troy right now. Pickoff move goes down the right field line and will be an error. Here comes Leonard. He goes to second. Leonard's going to go to third, and he makes it easily standing up. So the errant throw brings Leonard all the way to third on the pickoff attempt by Matos. Matos throws it up the right field line. That's an E1. And Leonard's all the way at third in scoring position now with less than 2 outs, which is huge because all Wibbs has to do is hit a fly ball or a ground ball to the right side, and he can bring Leonard home. Here's the pitch. Ball high. 1-0 is the count. 36 pitches for Matos right now. And 1 out in the second inning. In the top of the second, 2-0 Troy. Ball outside, count goes to 2-0. On Donovan Wibbs. Wibbs hitting .296. He does have 3 stolen bases. He's got a double, a triple, and a home run. 12 RBIs for Wibbs. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Ball hit straight up. Should be playable for May. Mask off, but Lopez wisely calls him off. And that's a big, big out. As the fly out to Lopez at third does not score Leonard, who was over there after the wild pickoff throw. But he stays right there with the pop up to third. And that now brings up William Sullivan, 0 for 1, grounded out to second, his first time up. So 2 big pop-ups in the inning for Matos. Here comes the pitch. That ball's hit foul over the top of us, and the count is 0-1. Kevin Matos, as we mentioned, came in at 0-2 on the year, 6.92 ERA. Throws hard. He started 2 games. He's made 5 appearances, 13 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts. But he does have 8 base on balls. Blows that one that time by Sullivan for strike number 2. Young man's doing a good job battling here to try to get out of this inning and leave Leonard stranded at third. Top of the second, 2-0 Trojans here from Riverwalk Stadium. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Matos. Just outside, trying to paint the corner with a low fastball, and the count runs to 1-2. Matos gets the sign, looks in. He's now going in the windup, abandons the stretch, and here's the pitch. And that ball's hit over the third base club suites as well. The count remains 1-2 with 2 outs. Runner at third, 2-0 Troy. So in this inning, we've had a base on balls, a 2-run home run, a single to center, and a wild pickoff throw that made Leonard go to third, and then 2 pop-ups. 1 to Lewis at first, and 1 to Lopez at third. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ball outside, 2-2 to Sullivan. William Sullivan, the left-handed hitting first baseman. This Troy lineup loaded with left-handers right now, facing the righty for Alabama State. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Curveball, nice job by Hunter May to block it up, and that'll run the count full. Matos has thrown a lot of pitches, 39 pitches already, and we're not out of the second inning yet. Full count, runner at third, 2 outs, top of the second, 2-0 Trojans. There's the payoff pitch, hammered at Lewis, but he's got a great glove. He makes the final out. 3 unassisted there by Kevin Lewis. So in the inning for Troy, 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 runner left on base. Your score after 1.5, Troy 2, Alabama State nothing. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. As we go to the bottom of the second, Alabama State will bring up Hunter May, Dylan Espinal, and Trenton Jamison. They've got a little work to do. They're trailing 2-0 here, but could have been worse. Good job by Matos getting out of that inning. First pitch by Mosley, fastball outside. Could have been a lot worse. Had a runner at third with less than 2 outs. Got him to pop up to third to Lopez, and then leadoff man Sullivan smoked one to Lewis at first, who came up with it. And that's all that Troy gets is 2 runs. Ball 2 as it runs outside to Hunter May. Mosley throwing hard and working quickly, the left-hander. Rigsby Mosley, as mentioned, kind of a dual threat. Strike over the inside corner runs the count to 2-1. Mosley's senior, 6'2", from Maitland, Florida, and a really, really good hitter as well. 2-1's the count. That ball is smoked by May, and it drops in front of Kyle Mock to lead off the bottom of the second. That's how you want to get it started if you're Alabama State. May with the sharp single to left, and Alabama State has the leadoff hitter aboard. Hunter May came in hitting .350. We talked about what a great hitter he is. He had 4 home runs, 19 RBIs, and he leads off with a single to left. That brings up Dylan Espinal, the second baseman. Espinal hitting .288, 1 home run, 8 RBIs. May not much of a threat to steal, so you'll wonder if Espinal will try to sacrifice him over. Mosley was ready to deliver the pitch. Almost was a balk there. And honestly, I don't know why there was unless the home plate umpire called time. He went into his motion and stopped, fell off the mound while Espinal was in the box with his head down. Here's the pitch. Ball outside. And the count's 1-0. We'll see if they let Espinal swing away here, if he tries to move Hunter May over. Down 2-0 here in the bottom of the second is Alabama State. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss by Espinal. Top hand comes off the bat. Mosley really pours in the fastball there, and the count's 1-1. To the second baseman for Alabama State. Mosley sneaks a little peek over at May. There's the pitch, fouled off to the right side of the press box. Goes over the club suites. And the count is now 1-2 to Espinal. Hunter May with the pedestrian lead at first. Here's the pitch. Ball in the dirt. Good job by Clay Stearns blocking that up, and the count goes even to 2-2. Beautiful night for baseball. Sun starting to set a little bit. Temperature starting to drop. Even the wind has died down a little bit. And you can just tell it's spring. There's a pitch inside. I think Espinal thought it hit him. It did not, and the count runs full to 3-2. So again, like what happened at the top of the first to Troy with Leonard on first, we'll see if they send Hunter May, put him in motion to keep him out of the double play. They do not. That ball is smoked between short and third. Kurt gave it a dive. He could not come up with it. Mock does in left field, and Espinal has a hard hit ball between short and third, a seeing eye single. And Alabama State in business here in the bottom of the second with runners on first and second. Two singles, both hit sharply, both hit to left field. And that brings up center fielder Trenton Jamison for Alabama State. Jamison hitting 193, 1 home run, 11 RBIs on the year. And out comes the pitching coach for Troy to have a little word with Mosley. Mosley, 28 pitches, 17 of those are strikes. Both teams have left some runners on base. Troy's left 2 runners on base. Alabama State has left 1 on base. So this will be Jamison as they have a word with Mosley. I think they're going to talk about what they want to do defensively as far as how they're going to align this. Is Jamison a threat to bunt? If he puts one down, you got 2 runners in scoring position. Right now, Jamison represents the go-ahead run at home plate, the game-tying run at first base. Umpire Lee Ishman goes out there to break up the conference on the mound. Jamison gets some instructions from Vasquez at third, and he'll dig in the box. 2-0 Troy. Bottom of the second, runners on first and second for Alabama State. 2 singles to lead off the inning, back-to-back singles. Mosley sneaks a peek at second. Jamison takes ball low, count 1-0. Christian Lopez on deck. Jamison, the center fielder for the Hornets, fouls it straight back on that Mosley fastball. Jamison, the junior center fielder from Atlanta, Georgia, by way of Lawson State Community College for the Hornets. 1-1 pitch, here it is. That ball's hit back over the press box, out of play, probably into the parking lot or onto Bibb Street. And the count goes to 1-2 on Trenton Jamison. First and second, nobody out. Just misses with the breaking ball. Mosley wanted it. It was just below the knees, and Jamison evens the count at 2-2. They've got Jamison played straight away right now. Does the Troy outfield. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ball's hit hard at second baseman Wibbs. He turns and fires to Hall, who goes to first base for Sullivan for the double play. So Jamison hits into the 4-6-3 double play. Hunter May does go to third base on the double play. But there's 2 outs now, and that brings up Christian Lopez, the third baseman. Lopez hitting .291, no home runs, 11 RBIs. So really, to his own detriment, Trenton Jamison hit that ball a little too hard right at second baseman Wibbs, and because he hit it so hard, they were able to turn it. Now there's a runner at third with 2 outs. And Lopez takes strike 1 on a little backdoor fastball from Mosley. So Mosley looking to get out of the inning as well with no damage done. Lopez fouls it off at home plate, and quickly the count goes to 0-2. Lopez, 291, no homers, 11 RBIs, 3 doubles on the year. He struck out 19 times, has Lopez. 0-2 pitch. Ball's hit foul again, and a really popular spot over the first base suites over here. And that makes the count stay at 0-2. Lopez battling to stay alive here in this inning. Mosley looks in on the sign. Here's the pitch. Ball high to Lopez. Count goes to 1-2. 2-0 Troy. Bottom of the second. Alabama State trails. No runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for Alabama State. 2 runs, 2 hits for Troy. Here comes the pitch. Strike 3. Pours the fastball right by Lopez. Mosley's 3rd strikeout of the night. And that'll do it for the Trojans, for the Hornets in the bottom of the second. For Alabama State, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. Your score after 2 complete, Troy 2, Alabama State nothing. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium. Darrell Dapprich joining you here. Alabama State versus Troy. Troy leads 2-0, and they are now batting in the top of the 3rd. It'll be Hall, Mock, and Kirk due up for the Trojans. Matos still out there pitching for Alabama State. Jesse Hall hit by a pitch his last at bat. Was erased on the double play. Comes in hitting .284. Batting average does not change after getting drilled. Ball inside right under his hands, 2-0 to Jesse Hall, the leadoff hitter here in the top of the 3rd. Matos 46 pitches already here in the top of the 3rd. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And Hall swings and misses, fouls it off actually. Hunter May can't hold on to it. Home plate umpire will walk out and hand the ball to Matos, and that's a courtesy move to make sure that May's got plenty of time to kind of recover from that foul tip getting him. Couldn't tell from this vantage point where it got him, but he's trying to shake it off, and that's a classy move by home plate umpire Lee Ishman. Gives Hunter May an extra moment to collect himself. 2-1's the count to Jesse Hall, who's leading off here at the top of the 3rd for Troy. Here's the pitch. Ball outside, and the count goes to 3-1. You don't want to walk Hall. He's a threat to steal some bases. He's 3 of 4 on the year. Here's the pitch. Ball outside. Leadoff walk to Hall. And that brings up Kyle Mock. He's a left fielder. Mock, his last time up, reached on an E4. Pickoff play down the right field line again. Hall's got some wheels. He'll be all the way to third. Another E1 on the wild throw from Matos to Chris Lewis. Second time that's happened tonight. And now that puts Troy in business. Hall's at third with nobody out, and your number 3 hitter, Kyle Mock, who's your best hitter, hitting .455 on the year. So E1 on that. Matos throws it down the right field line. Coach Vasquez is going to go ahead and take the slow walk to the mound. He's probably going to make the pitching change. Luis Rodriguez is warming up in the Alabama State bullpen. We'll see if he makes the pitching change. And he will. That'll do it for Matos. You can't close the book on him yet because there's a runner at third. But he will leave the game. We'll be back with the pitching change right after this. You're listening to Hornet Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium after the pitching change. It is Luis Rodriguez for Alabama State, who's your new pitcher. Runner at third, nobody out. Kyle Mock up to bat. He skies one to left. Jabronsky Williams there. Here comes Hall. He's going to try to score, and he'll make it easily. So Hall scores the third run for Troy. Give Kyle Mock the sacrifice fly and an RBI. But he is out number 1. That brings up Easton Kirk. Kirk got erased on a 4-6-3 double play his last time up. Nobody on, 1 out, 3-0 Trojans here in the top of the third. So Rodriguez gets his first out. Curveball in there for a strike. Nice pitch by Rodriguez. He quickly jumps ahead 0-1 to Kirk. So Hall, who led off the inning with a walk, goes to third on the wild errant pickoff throw. Kirk fouls it straight back. Gets brought in by Kyle Mock with the sacrifice fly to left. And the RBI. 0-2 count. Rodriguez looks in. Ball low in the dirt. Luis Rodriguez, 6 foot, 190-pound sophomore from Canovas, Puerto Rico, in the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ball outside, low to Kirk. And the count rolls even, runs even 2-2. One out here. Top of the third, 3-0 Trojans over Alabama State. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Just inside to Kirk, who takes it. Rodriguez wanted that pitch. And now the count runs full, 3-2, with Seth Johnson on deck. Full count. Here's the payoff pitch. Ball's hit to Espinal at second. He comes up with it cleanly and throws Kirk out. Second time tonight that Kirk has grounded out to Espinal. This time it's out number 2. Brings up designated hitter Seth Johnson. Johnson walked and scored in the first after the Clay Stearns hitting behind him hit the 2-run home run. Nobody on, 2 outs, 3-0 Trojans, top of the third. Here's the pitch. Strike. Breaking ball just gets in there under the hands of Seth Johnson. Runs the count to 0-1. Rodriguez looks in, gets his sign. Here's the delivery. That's low. Count goes to 1-1. Seth Johnson, the left-handed hitter, DHing tonight. There's the pitch just high, and the count goes to 2-1. Seth Johnson lays off the high curveball. Rodriguez being a little more deliberate, looks in, finally takes the sign, and here's the pitch. Strike just under the hands, fastball. Pops the mitt of Hunter May, and the count goes to 2-2. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 Troy here, top of the third from Riverwalk Stadium as the train slowly makes its way out past the outfield wall. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, Seth Johnson gets frozen looking on the outside corner. Good pitch by Rodriguez, and that will do it for Troy. However, they do get a run. 1 run, no hits, 1 error, no one left on base. Your score after 2.5, Troy 3, Alabama State 0. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium. Pitching change for Troy. Number 37, Noah Janney, comes into the ball game. You can close the book on Rigsby Mosley. He went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs. You can also close the book on Kevin Matos. He went 2 innings, 2 hits, 3 runs. One of those was earned. Of course, it's kind of strange because both of those errors, which led to unearned runs, or 2 of the 3, were of his own doing. Leading off for Alabama State here in the bottom of the third, left fielder number 1, Jabronsky Williams. Williams comes in hitting 133 on the year, lefty. So that'll be the first hitter that Janney sees. He steps off. Alabama State trailing 3-0 here. He's committed 3 errors, 3 runs, 2 hits for Troy, no errors, 0 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors for Alabama State. Strike on the outside corner. Janney's a submariner, side armor. Comes down and whips it from the side. Buggy whips it. Going to be difficult for right-handers. Williams looks at third base coach Jose Vasquez to get the sign. Comes the 0-1 pitch. Hits him. So Williams gets hit by a pitch. He'll lead off the inning. He's got good speed. Although Williams is only hitting 133, he does have 3 stolen bases. And his on-base percentage at .268, so he makes the most of his opportunity. He's on first base to lead off the bottom of the third here. That'll bring up Corey King as we go back to the top of the order. King struck out his first time up against Mosley. However, .343 on the year for King coming into this game. Here's the pitch. That ball smoked to right field. Corey King goes the other way with it. And Williams will hold. He better get back on the bag. He does, but Corey King with a single to right field. A sharp single. And once again, just like they did in the second, Alabama State has the first 2 hitters on. We'll see if they can make some hay with this, as this time they're at the top of the order. Number 6, Chris Lewis in the bat for Alabama State. Grounded out to shortstop his last time up. But he's got runners on first and second. Nobody out here. Bottom of the third. Troy leads 3-0. As Noah Janney comes in and is going to try to escape an early mess here for the Trojans. Here's the pitch. And that hits Lewis. I mean, drills him right on the thigh. Lewis was hanging over the plate. Janney looks a little shook right now as the first 3 hitters for Alabama State get on. 2 by way of hit by batsmen, 1 single in between by Corey King. So hit by pitches for Jabronsky Williams and Chris Lewis. That'll load the bases, and if you're Alabama State, you've got to do something and get something out of this inning. You can ill afford to come away with no runs with the bases loaded and nobody out. Brings up Christopher de Guzman. He will switch over and bat lefty now. De Guzman singled his last time at bat in the first inning. Here's the pitch down the left field line. That's trouble. That's going to get in for a double. 1 run scores. 2 runs score. Lewis stops at third, and de Guzman is in with a stand-up double. And the Hornets are in business here in the bottom of the third. They've cut the lead to 3-2. Great job of hitting by de Guzman. He doubles in King and Williams. And de Guzman is standing on second with a stand-up double. And what's important about that is Alabama State's still in business. They've gotten 2, but they've got runners on second and third with nobody out. So they have a great opportunity to come away with more here as Angel Jimenez, who struck out his last time up, one of the best hitters for Alabama State, steps in with an opportunity to give Alabama State the lead with a base hit. Janney looks, delivers, swing and a miss. Kind of a frisbee slider that time by Janney. So King and Williams come in on the de Guzman double. He's at second. Lewis is at third. Here's a pitch outside. Good job by Stearns to slide over. Alabama State 2 hits in the inning and 2 hits batsmen. Give de Guzman 2 RBIs on that double. 1-1 pitch. Alabama State in business here. Swing and a miss, way out of the zone. Jimenez has got to be a little more disciplined here with runners at second and third. At the very least, you want to come away with either a sacrifice fly here or a ground ball to tie the game. 1-2 pitch. Strike three. Jimenez swings and misses for out number one, and that is a huge out by Janney, who went off speed all three times to Jimenez, and he gets him to strike out. Although Hunter May still has an opportunity. May, his last time up, he singled and got all the way to third but was stranded. May comes in hitting at .352 on the year. Runners at second and third, one out, 3-2 Troy leads here in the bottom of the third over Alabama State. So if you're Alabama State, big opportunity. You want to at least come away with runners at second and third and nobody out. You've got to at least scratch one across to tie this baseball game up. You want to be greedy and get a base hit and take the lead. May is fully capable of doing that. Here's the pitch. Ball in the dirt. Nice job by Clay Stearns again. He slides over and blocks it up. And the count's now 1-0 to Hunter May. We mentioned Janney went all breaking stuff to Jimenez. Jimenez is a good hitter. I mean, he comes in hitting .354 with 3 home runs, but he just got eaten up with some of the off-speed stuff. We'll see if May can be a little more disciplined. Here's the pitch. Strike, slider over the inside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. Janney got himself in some trouble by hitting 2 batters, but Chris Lewis with a sharp single and Guzman with a double down the left field line is how Alabama State has gotten its run so far. 1-1's the count. May takes in the dirt low. That ball broke late as well, and the count's 2-1. Dylan Espinal on deck. He is singled in his only at bat in the game in the second inning. Here's the pitch. Strike, inside corner. I'll tell you what, Janney's got the slider working. It's kind of coming back door. You got to look for it now. 2-2. Look for something off speed, 1 out. If you're Hunter May, a ground ball to shortstop or second ties the baseball game. So does a sac fly. Any fly ball deep into the outfield. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And Hunter May goes fishing. Janney with a great job gets the strikeout. May goes way out of the zone to chase, and a missed opportunity there for Alabama State. Both Jimenez and Hunter May cannot get the runner home from third. We'll see if Espinal can. He'll turn around and bat left-handed with 2 outs. It's going to take a 2-out hit to tie this baseball game. Here's the pitch. Strike. Espinal takes it. Janney has taken a little bit off of his pitches now. He's gotten a little bit better control. He's got the Alabama State hitters a little bit off balance. When he was overthrown earlier in the inning, he plunked a couple guys. 0-1 count. Here it is. Ball low and inside to Espinal. The count evens up 1-1. 2 outs, runners on second and third. 3-2. Alabama State has pushed 2 across here in the bottom of the third, looking for more, hoping for more. With second and third and nobody out, you need it. We'll see if Espinal can come through here. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball right over the top. And the count goes to 1-2 as Noah Janney's trying to do a yeoman's work here and get out of this inning. One-two pitch, here it is. Ball outside, just misses outside. Two-two pitch, 2 outs, runners on second and third. Here it is. Gets the backdoor slider, and he gets him looking. And that'll end the inning for Alabama State. Good inning for Alabama State. Could have been better. I know that they feel like they left something on the table there. 2 runs, 2 hits, No errors, 2 left. Your score after 3 complete. Troy 3, Alabama State 2. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium. As we go to the top of the 4th, Alabama State scratches a couple runs across. They now trail 3-2 to Troy here. Troy will lead off with Clay Stearns. Catcher his last time at bat. 2-run home run to put Troy in front. Rodriguez still in the game for Alabama State. Ball 1 outside. Count goes to 1-0 to Stearns. Here's the pitch. Strike right at the knee. No. My bad. Umpire raised up like it was going to be a strike, called it low. Count goes to 2-0. Don't know where that pitch missed, but apparently it did. 2-0's the count. That's a strike by Rodriguez. Pours one in there on Clay Stearns. Two ones the count. Rodriguez gets the sign. May sets up outside. Here's the pitch, and that ball's fisted at Lopez. He has a lot of time. He comes up with the throw to Lewis, and Stearns gets thrown out with the weak ground ball to third. That brings up center fielder number 4, Trey Leonard. Leonard singled, went to third on a wild pickoff throw, but was stranded over there in the second inning. Swing and a miss. Trey Leonard with a healthy cut. Oh, 0-1's the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Curveball fisted off the hands, foul. Count quickly 0-2 to Trey Leonard. Trey Leonard with great speed. Mentioned the transfer from Louisville. Hit 7th in this Trojan lineup. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice fastball by Rodriguez on the outside corner. He gets Leonard chasing, and that's out number 2 here in the top of the 4th. That'll bring up right fielder number 16, Colin Summerhill. Summerhill popped up to first to Chris Lewis back in the second, so he's 0 for 1. Here's the pitch. Curveball strike to Summerhill. Nice pitch by Rodriguez. Pulls the string a little bit there. 0-1 count, 2 outs. Nobody on, 3-2 ball game here. Top of the fourth, Troy leads. Curveball smoked by de Guzman up the middle. He hung that breaking ball. And Summerhill knew what to do with that hanging bang it. Summerhill now at first base. 1 of 3 for stolen bases. That'll bring up Donovan Wibbs. Wibbs popped up to shortstop his last time up. Actually popped up to third his last time up. A big out that kept the runner at third base. So both Troy and Alabama State has left runners in scoring position. Alabama State's left 4 runners. Troy has left 2, but both have left runners at third base with less than 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Ball low to Wibbs. Left-handed batter, Donovan Wibbs. One-oh pitch. Fouled straight back. This time it doesn't almost get us. Just a little bit to the left. There was a foul ball, folks, in the first inning that it was close. We were fearing for our lives. Went over the net, right above the window, and if it was about 2 feet later, or 2 feet lower, could have been ugly. 1-1's the count, 2 outs, runner at first. That runner is Summerhill. Here's the pitch by Rodriguez. Breaking ball in the dirt. May blocks it up. And Summerhill gets second on the wild pitch. 2-1's the count. Wibbs now has a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. That's Summerhill over there at second. Here's the pitch. Smoke down left field line, but foul into the club suites level. And the count evens at 2-2. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner on second. 2s are wild right now. 3-2. Troy leads Alabama State in the top of the fourth. Here's the pitch. Curveball, that's bounced to Lewis. He gobbles it up, and he'll make out number 3. Wibbs grounds out again to Lewis, and that'll do it for Troy. For Troy in the top of the fourth, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left after 3.5. Your score remains Troy 3, Alabama State 2. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Trenton Jamison will lead things off here for Alabama State, the bottom of the fourth. Alabama State now trails 3-2. Jamison hit into a double play, 4.63 his last time up. Hits the ball up the middle, gets deflected by Janney, and shortstop Jesse Hall will not be able to make the throw. It changed direction. So Jamison on with a leadoff single, which Alabama State has done its last 3 times up. Second, third, and fourth inning, Alabama State has got the lead base runner, the lead hitter on. Christian Lopez up to bat now, third baseman for Alabama State. He struck out his last time up in the second. Jamison's got a big lead at first. Janney with the pitch, just outside. I tell you, he's tough on right-handers. He throws that frisbee slider. He can throw a hard slider, then he throws more of a breaking ball, but it's instead of it being north-south, it's more east-west and really cuts across the plate. Here's the 1-0 count. There it is. It starts down the middle of the plate and just kind of fades and drifts outside. Lopez with the swing and the miss, and the count is at 1-1 right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Janney in the dirt, and Jamison steals it. Trenton Jamison now 2 for 3 on the year in stolen bases. He gets that clean. Now you wonder, even though you have the number 9 hitter on deck, if Coach Vasquez bunts Lopez here to move Jamison to third, who is the tying run. And the count 2-1, he would have one strike to try to get it down. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Swings, hits the ball right at third baseman Kirk. He looks Jamison back, fires over to Sullivan at first for out number 1. So Lopez makes contact, hard contact, but it goes 5-3 for out number 1. Jabronsky Williams up now. He was hit by a pitch in the third inning to actually lead off the inning. He got drilled. He was the first batter that Janney saw, and Janney drilled him. Jamison at second, 1 out, 3-2 Troy. Jabronsky Williams up now, trying to drive in Jamison. Pickoff play, Janney tries to get him. No, Jamison's back in plenty of time. Third baseman Kirk playing even with the bag at third. Williams is a threat to bunt, and being left-handed, if he slaps it that way, he could have a base hit. Here's the pitch. Ball low to Williams. Jabronsky comes in hitting 133. 3 stolen bases, 1 double. No triples, no homers, 2 RBIs. He's walked 10 times. He's been hit twice by a pitch. Swing and a miss by Jabronsky Williams. Swings over the top of a fastball, and the count goes to 1-1. One and one's the count. 3-2. Troy leads Alabama State here in the bottom of the 4th. Runner on second. That runner is Jamison. He got there by way of a leadoff single. Here's the pitch. Williams takes low and outside. Good job by Stearns to block that up. And the count goes to 2-1. See if Kirk backs off third a little bit with 1 strike. He's still kind of playing even with the bag. See if Jabronsky can kind of slap one that way and beat it out. Playing him, they're shading him towards left center. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That ball smoked, but right at right fielder Colin Summerhill. However, Jamison smartly tags up and goes to third. Out number 2, Williams hits it right on the button. Moves Jamison to third, but that's all he can do. Now with 2 outs, it's going to take a 2-out base hit by Corey King to get the tying run home. King struck out in the first, singled and scored in the third, 1 for 2 on the night. Definitely a threat here to drive home Jamison. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. There's that slider that just really fades and cuts to the out. It starts out at the middle of the plate or at the corner. By the time you swing at it, it's about a foot off the plate outside. It's more of like a a really late breaking east-west breaking ball. He can throw it hard and he can take some off of it. And with that natural sidearm movement, it's even harder to hit. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And there it is again, but it looks like Williams is going to score. Jamison is going to score on the wild pitch. So as effective as that pitch is for Janey, it is hard to catch as a catcher, especially if it's in the dirt. It skips away from Stearns, and Alabama State, thank you very much, with the gift run, has tied things up here on the wild pitch. It is now tied all at 3. King now 0-2. As Janey looks in, there's the pitch, and this time Stearns does block it in the dirt when there's nobody on base. Count goes to 1-2 to King. So Alabama State, very, very opportunistic. A leadoff single, a stolen base, a fly out to right to move Jamison to third, and then a wild pitch brings him home, and we are tied. Foul ball straight back. King stays alive. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for Troy. 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for Troy. 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors for Alabama State. King looks at Janey. Janey looks in for the sign. Here it is. Ball inside, hard fastball. Backs King off the plate a little bit. The count goes to 2-2. Bottom of the 4th, and we are all tied at 3. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Took a little something off the breaking ball, and Corey King goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. However, Alabama State does get 1 run on 1 hit. No errors, nobody left on base. Your score after 4 complete, Troy 3, Alabama State 3. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Alabama State scratches and claws a run out in the bottom of the 4th to tie this baseball game. We now go to the top of the 5th. William Sullivan will lead it off for Troy. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out to second, grounded out to first. The leadoff hitter for Troy. Ball 1, Rodriguez pumps it in just a little bit low. One 0 pitch. Here it is. Sullivan takes it on the outside corner for a strike, and it evens the count at 1-1. Rodriguez has done a good job since he's come in. He did give up the run, but that run was charged to Matos, and since then he has shut down these Trojan bats. Ball high. 2-1 is the count. Luis Rodriguez coming in doing the job for the Hornets tonight. Top of the fifth. Nobody on, nobody out. We're tied at 3 on this beautiful night from Riverwalk Stadium. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That's just low. Hunter May tried to kind of frame that up back there, but he didn't get the call, and the count runs to 3-1. Sullivan, the Troy leadoff hitter, came in hitting .291 tonight, and he's 0 for 2. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back to the screen, and the count goes full to 3-2. Three runs, 3 hits, no errors for Troy. 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors for Alabama State. 2 of those errors were errant pickoff throws down the right field line. Here's a 3-2 pitch. On the fist, fouled back again by Sullivan. He's staying alive. Rodriguez has got a little fastball that cuts. It runs, and to left-handers, it runs in on your hands. You have a hard time barreling that pitch up because when you start your stride and you start your swing, you think the ball's at one plane, and then it comes in under your hands. Very difficult pitch to hit. Here's the full count. Ball in the dirt. Sullivan, as a good leadoff hitter does, gets on base with the leadoff walk here in the top of the fifth for Troy. That brings up Jesse Hall. Hall was hit by a pitch in the first, walked in the third, went all the way to third on the errant throw, and then scored on a sacrifice fly. So Hall is officially 0 for 0, but he's got a run that he has scored tonight. Sullivan, 1 of 2 in stolen base attempts. Leans in, leans off first base. Here's the pitch. Ball high to Hall. Hall's job here, try to get Sullivan over into scoring position in a tie ball game with 3, 4, 5 coming up behind you. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Strike on the outside corner. Rodriguez pours that one in, and the count's even at 1 apiece. Long way to go in this ball game, but so far a lot different feel and competitiveness than it was early on in Troy on March 22nd when Troy won big 11-1 over the Hornets. Here's the pitch. Curveball hangs it. Count goes to 2-1. Rodriguez right now, 33 pitches on the evening. It's his third inning pitching. Ball inside, squeezes by May. That's going to allow Sullivan to take second on the wild pitch. Actually, pass ball there. That's a pass ball. Runner on second now for Hall. He's got him in scoring position. And if you're Hall here, you try to hit a ground ball to the right side. 3-1 count. You'll have a pitch to do it. As Espinal is shading somewhat right behind second base. Lewis way off the bag at first. There's a gigantic hole where second base usually is. Espinal goes back. That's ball 4, high. So Rodriguez has walked the first 2 batters here in the top of the fifth. The absolute last thing you want to do when giving a run to tie the ball game up. Coach Vasquez takes that slow walk out. We've got action in the bullpen for Alabama State. Could be Osvaldo Mendez. We'll look and see if he comes in the game. Vasquez, Coach Vasquez talking it over with Luis Rodriguez right now. Home plate umpire Lee Ishman will go out to break it up, and Coach Vasquez is going to lead Rodriguez in. Rodriguez so far has thrown 2 innings, has yet to get an out here in the fifth. And now Kyle Mock steps in. Mock has reached on an error in the first, had a sacrifice fly in the third. He is the Trojans' most dangerous hitter, hitting .455 as he came into this game. One official at bat. Rodriguez looks in at the sign. Runners on first and second, nobody out. 3-3 ball game here. Top of the fifth, that ball smoked to right center in the gap between Jamison and Jimenez. Jimenez makes the catch at the warning track, but both Sullivan and Hall are going to advance. Sullivan will go to third. Hall will go to second. That's a deep fly out to right field to Jimenez for Mock, and he just missed getting one out of here. As it stands, though, there's runners in scoring position with less than 2 outs. It'll bring up Easton Kirk. Kirk into a double play in the first inning. Grounded out to second in the third. He's 0 for 2. And he's the leading home run hitter for Troy and their cleanup hitter. So you got to be careful here with Easton Kirk. 1 out, runners on second and third, and a tie ball game here in the top of the fifth. Rodriguez steps off. Looks in, gets the sign. Here's the pitch. Curveball, that's hit straight up. We'll see if it stays in play. Lewis drifting near the tarp. He makes the play and throws home. Sullivan has to stop at third. Great job that time by Chris Lewis on the pop-up. And now there's 2 outs. And Rodriguez is 1 batter away from getting out of a huge jam. Second and third, nobody out. Same scenario Alabama State had in the third inning. Seth Johnson digs in now. He's walked and scored in the second, struck out looking in the third. 2 outs, runner on third, tie ball game. Here's the pitch. Curveball high. Seth Johnson takes it outside. 1-0. Pitch. Rodriguez looks in for the sign, gets ready to deal. Here it is. Johnson hits it straight up back towards me, but it'll be over my head. Ooh, hit off the facade and just bounced up in front of us. Count goes to 1-1. Seth Johnson was on that fastball, hit it straight back. One count, 2 outs, runners on second and third, tie ball game here in the top of the fifth. High drama here in this inning. Here's the pitch. Strike. Seth Johnson can't pull the trigger. Fastball on the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-2. One-two pitch, 2 outs. Here it is. Just inside and high. Back Seth Johnson off the plate a little bit. And the count goes to 2-2. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tied at 3. Runners on second and third. See what Rodriguez decides to do with Johnson here. Will he go breaking ball and off speed? Or will he go fastball low and away? Fastball low and away, and Johnson smokes it. That ball's hit to left. Williams back, jumps, and it's off the wall. So Seth Johnson doubles off the left field wall to the middle of the left field wall, almost out of here. William Sullivan scores. Hall scores. A 2 RBI double for Seth Johnson, and your score is now 5-3 Troy. That ball almost got out of here. Seth Johnson went the other way with it, and with 2 outs, delivers 2 RBIs. Brings up Clay Stearns. Stearns homered in the second, grounded out to third in the fourth. Johnson at second now, 2 outs, 5-3 Troy with Clay Stearns up. And Coach Vasquez is going to try to let Rodriguez finish this inning. He was just a hair's breadth away from doing that. 1 strike actually away from stranding 2 runners and getting out of the inning. Rodriguez 45 pitches right now with 2 outs in the fifth. 1-0's the count. Here's the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss by Stearns on the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. 5 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Troy. 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors for Alabama State here in the top of the fifth. 2 outs, 1-1 count, runner on second. Here's the pitch. Curveball hit right at shortstop. De Guzman eats it up, flips it over to first, and that will do it in the top of the fifth. But Troy does get a run, actually 2 runs. 2 runs for Troy on 1 hit. There were no errors, 1 runner left on base. Your score after 4.5, Troy 5, Alabama State 3. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. ball. 3-1. 3-1 count. Here comes Pettis. Espinal grounds it to third. Kirk up with it, throws to Sullivan for out number 1 as Espinal grounds out to Kirk. And that brings up Trenton Jamison, center fielder for Alabama State. Jamison 1 for 2 on the night, singled and scored in the fourth, hit into a double play in the second. Came in hitting 193 on the night, did Jamison. Here's the pitch. Ball inside, gets by Stearns to the backstop. No harm, no foul, no one on base. The count 1-0. Pettis looks in, gets the sign. Stearns sets up outside, and that's where the pitch is. Paints the outside corner, and that's a strike. 1-1's the count. When Stearns sets up out there and you hit the glove, you're going to get that call 9 times out of 10. 1-1 count now. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Jamison late on the Pettis fastball, and the count goes to 1-2. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. 5-3 Troy leads over Alabama State here at Riverwalk Stadium. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ball low. Pettis walked off the rubber, thought it was strike 3, and it's just low, and the count goes to 2-2. And Pettis is throwing hard, throwing very hard. Here's the pitch. Foul down the right field line off the club car bar out there down the right field line. And the count remains 2-2. Troy had a little pregame alumni meeting down there, alumni get-together. 2-2 pitch, 1 out, nobody on. For Alabama State. Curveball, strike 3. Bends the knees, can't do anything about it. That's Pettis' 4th strikeout in 6 batters. 2 outs. Christian Lopez up now. He struck out in the second, grounded out to third in the fourth, did Lopez. Nobody on, 2 outs. It's up to Christian Lopez to try to get somebody on for Jabronsky Williams, who's waiting on deck. Here's the pitch. Strike on the outside corner. I'll tell you, if Troy, I don't know how much Pettis has pitched for them, but if they're looking for a lefty setup man or a guy, a middle reliever, Pettis has really done the job here tonight. 0-1 count, here it is. Just outside, and the count goes to 1-1. Pettis is throwing really hard right now. It's his second inning of work. He's thrown 31 pitches. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Strike 2. Stearns kind of framed that up back there. Looked a little high, but he brought it down, and now the count goes to 1-2 on Lopez. Ball low, count goes 2-2. Pettis looks like he overthrew a little bit on that one. Two-two pitch. Curveball, swing and a miss. And Stearns tags Lopez out. Unbelievable 2 innings for Pettis. He struck out 5 batters in 2 innings. For Troy, no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left after 6 complete. It is Troy 5, Alabama State 3. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium. Daryl Dapprich here. Troy versus Alabama State. Leading it off for Troy in the top of the seventh. They have a 5-3 lead. Will be Jesse Hall. He's their shortstop. He was hit by a pitch in the first. He walked in the third, and he walked in the fifth. So Jesse Hall has had 3 at-bats. None of them official tonight. Top of the seventh, Hall takes a ball low and inside as Osvaldo Mendez gets set to deal for his second inning of work here tonight. Here's a 1-0 pitch from Mendez. Ball outside, and the count goes to 2-0. You don't want to walk the leadoff guy, especially, Hall has made a living tonight of getting on base any way possible. He also has 3 stolen bases on the year. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. 2-1 to Jesse Hall. Mendez looks in, gets the sign. Strike 2. Jesse Hall is a 5'9", 175-pound senior from Tallahassee, Florida. He went to Lurleen B. Wallace Community College before coming to Troy. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Skied to center where Jamison should be up underneath it. He is for out number 1. Brings up left fielder number 7, Kyle Mock. Mock on the night, 0 for 3. Actually 0 for 2. He reached on an error in the first, had a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the third, and flew out to right field in the fifth. So Mock 0 for 2 does have an RBI. Lefty on lefty here as Mendez gets ready to deal. Curveball just outside off the corner there, and the count goes to 0-1. Mendez gets the sign. Mock kind of waves his bat. Ball 2, 2-0. Just outside again. Looks like Mendez is nibbling a little bit with Mock, the number 3 hitter. Hits .455 coming in to the game, so I could see why. Of course, he only has 11 at-bats. Fouls it straight back. So Mock hitting the 3-hole only does have 11 at-bats, even though he's hitting .455. He doesn't have near as many at-bats to make that more significant. 2-1 is the count. We are in the top of the seventh. Troy leads 5-3 here. 5 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Trojans. 3 runs, 6 hits, 4 errors for Alabama State. Here's the pitch. Strike right down Broadway, and the count goes to 2-2. Four earned runs for Alabama State, 3 for Troy. So obviously Alabama State has given up two unearned runs tonight. There's the pitch. Bounce to Lewis, who comes in and takes it off the one hop, and he steps on first for out number 2. Brings up Easton Kirk now. Kirk grounded out in a double play in the first, grounded out to second in the third, and popped up to Lewis in the fifth. He's 0 for 3 is Easton Kirk. He is their most dangerous home run hitter. He's got 4 on the young year. Lefty on lefty again. Osvaldo Mendez has done a good job so far here tonight. See how many pitches he has. 24 pitches for Mendez. 16 of those are strikes. So he's done a really good job. Foul ball off the bat of Kirk goes out of play. And the count is 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Ball outside in the dirt. Count goes to 1-1. For Alabama State, looking ahead in the bottom of the 7th, they'll have top of the order, King, Lewis, and de Guzman. Nope. Correction, they'll have Williams, King, and Lewis. 9-1-2. It's a ball. Count goes to 2-1 on Kirk. So 9-1-2 due up in the bottom of the 7th for Alabama State. 2 outs here, 2-1 count on third baseman Easton Kirk. Here's the pitch. Strike. Pulled the string a little bit on Kirk. Kirk out in front of that pitch. And Mendez has even the count at 2-2. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on right now. Here's the pitch. And that ball's hit right off the fist to Lewis. Mendez is going to get over, and he does just in time to cover the bag. And that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Alabama State. Troy with no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. After 6.5, 5-3 Trojans. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Leading off for Alabama State, left fielder number 1, Jabronski Williams. Williams 0 for 1 on the night, hit by a pitch in the 3rd, flew out to right in the 4th. Ball hit up the middle towards Wibbs. Wibbs with the backhand, no way you get him. Put him in your pocket. Jabronski can fly, and he leads off with a single. Kind of bounced the ball over second base there, and Wibbs made a valiant effort. But no way you're going to get Williams. He's too fast. So he's on in a big, big spot with a leadoff single. Brings up Corey King. King struck out in the 1st, singled and scored in the 3rd, and struck out in the 4th. So maybe he can single and score in the 7th. Williams has blazing speed at first base, 3 for 3 on the year in stolen bases. Pettis with the move, and he throws it up the first baseline. And Williams is going to be running for days. He's going to go to 3rd. They're lucky they get that in because Jabronski Williams was turned in 3rd and burning. And for the first time tonight, now we see Troy make the error with the wild throw on the pickoff move. That's an E1 there on Pettis, the lefty. So Williams goes all the way to third on the errant pickoff throw. And Corey King has Williams in scoring position with nobody out. Ball low. Stearns does a good job of keeping it in front of him and blocking it. One-0 count, runner at third. 5-3 ball game here in the bottom of the seventh. And Corey King, takes low again. Pettis, who was cruising for his two previous innings with 5 strikeouts, 3 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, has run into a little bit of trouble here in the bottom of the seventh. Troy at normal depth. They're not going to try to cut the run off with a 2-run lead. 2-0 count to King. Here's the pitch. Ball high, 3-0. Left-hander Chris Lewis awaits on deck. Here's the pitch. Strike right down the middle of the plate. King doing what he's supposed to do, take the pitch, and the count goes to 3-1. Here's the pitch. Fouls it straight back, does Corey King. And the count goes full to 3-2. So any ground ball here, either to shortstop or second, or any fly ball, is going to cut this lead to 1. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. Corey King is on first with a base on balls. Runners at the corners for Chris Lewis. Lewis grounded to shortstop in the first, hit by a pitch in the third, struck out looking in the fifth. He was actually Pettis' first strikeout victim. Stearns trying to buy some time for the bullpen, looking into the dugout. And now pitching coach will come out, call time, see who's throwing in the Troy bullpen. Slow and deliberate walk out to the mound. As Coach Meade has a word with Pettis. And they're going to go to the bullpen. That'll do it for Pettis. Pettis still on the hook right now. So he went 2 innings because he did not record an out. Two innings, 1 hit, and we won't close the book on the run yet. See what he does with runs. See who it is in the bullpen for Troy, who has come in. It's a right-hander. We can make that out. We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll get you your pitching change. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball. New pitcher for Troy, number 22, Marquise Oates, actually. Oates was their closer 2 years ago. So you can see the importance of this game for Coach Skylar Meade. Oates is a 6-pound, 247-pound senior from Panama City Bay High School. He comes in to try to put the fire out as Alabama State has runners on the corners. Down 5-3 here in the bottom of the 7th. Nobody out, and Chris Lewis, who is left-handed, will come in. Oates will face the left-handed Lewis with runners on the corner. So even if Lewis hits into a double play, the runs should score. And you want to try to scratch and claw here and get some runs. Here's the first pitch. Lewis swings and misses. Oates throws hard. And that's strike one. Oh, 1 pitch. Fouled at the plate, straight back, and the count is quickly 0-2. De Guzman on deck. He's got 2 hits tonight and a couple RBIs. He would be turned around to the left side facing Oates. 0-2 pitch. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball, and Lewis goes down, buckles at the knees, and that's 1 out. First and third, that's a big out. Here comes De Guzman now. Like I mentioned, he'll turn around left-handed. De Guzman singled in the first, had 2 RBI, double in the third, and struck out in the 5th. So we'll see if now the double play is in order here and does not score a run. So it's key that De Guzman uses his wheels and stays out of a double play, or at least finds some grass. Fouls it off down the left field line, way out of here, and the count goes to 0-1. 0-1 pitch. King on first. There's a ball down to third, and that is foul. Kind of shielded here by a pole, and it just missed being fair. And if that ball's fair, it's second and third with 1 out in a 5-4 ball game. But as it is, De Guzman's going to have to battle because he's down 0-2 to Oates here. Runners at the corners, 5-3, Troy leads, bottom of the 7th. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 gets him looking. Oates goes right on the inside corner at De Guzman, and he comes in and just pitches lights out with first and third and nobody out. The second time that's happened tonight. The other time it was second and third and nobody out. And Alabama State's got to be kicking themselves with the missed scoring opportunities. Here comes Jimenez now. He's 0 for 2, struck out in the first, struck out in the third, and walked in the 5th. Jimenez fouls it off at the plate. The count goes to 0-1. So Oates comes in not messing around, throwing strikes, and gets his first 2 batters that he faces, strikes them out. Jimenez can find a hole here, though. This would be big 2-out hit or a wild pitch, anything to get that run home from third. Wild pitch, but it didn't go far enough away. However, it does get King to second. And now you've got runners at second and third with 2 outs. And a 1-1 count. Actually, I don't know. I think they have the count wrong on the board. It's a 1-1 count. Here it is. Foul ball again. Now it's 1-2. Jimenez, if he can find a hole here, will tie this ball game up in the bottom of the 7th. One and 2 is the count, not 1-1. Here's the pitch. Ball high. 2-2. Two and two's the count. Jimenez Big spot right here. Runners on second and third with 2 outs. 5-3. Troy leads Alabama State in the bottom of the 7th. Jimenez has been a very consistent hitter for Alabama State. There's a pitch. Foul ball. Stays alive. Just gets a piece. Nicks it back. And the count is 2-2. They're kind of confused at the Riverwalk Stadium scoreboard, but folks, it's 2-2. With runners on second and third. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, and Oates just gallops off the mound. With runners on second and third, Alabama State cannot push across a run as Oates strikes out everybody he sees. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. Your score after 7 complete remains Troy 5, Alabama State 3. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to Riverwalk Stadium here. Troy and Alabama State locked up in a little bit of a tight one. Seth Johnson will lead it off for Troy. Troy leads 5-3 here in the top of the 8th. Osvaldo Mendez still on the mound for Alabama State. Here's the pitch. Lefty on lefty. Seth Johnson takes strike 1 on the corner. And the count is 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Johnson chases outside as you hear the train in the background again here at Riverwalk Stadium. Ball high, and the count goes to 1-2. Top of the 8th, Johnson, Stearns, and Leonard for Troy as they try to pad this lead. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. At home plate, and the count goes to 1-2. Ball high, 2-2. Johnson walked in the second, struck out in the third, and doubled off the left field wall, knocking in 2 runs in the 5th. Comes a 2-2 pitch. Ball high. They asked third base umpire Eric Gaucher if he went around, and the call is no. So we got a full count on Johnson. Here's the payoff pitch. Strike three on the outside corner. He paints it. And Johnson goes down looking. Vasquez now goes to the pen. Coach Vasquez, that'll be it for Mendez. So Mendez goes 2 1/3 inning. He gives up 1 hit, no runs. Does a really good job for Alabama State. See who it is on the. We'll come back with your pitching change in a minute. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Now pitching for Alabama State, number 37, Shaddai Cologne. He comes in the ball game, left-hander for Alabama State. He'll be facing Clay Stearns with 1 out here and nobody on. Cologne, 5'11", 180 from Rio Grande, Puerto Rico. Ball 1, low and inside. He'll face Stearns, who homered in the second, grounded out the third in the fourth, grounded out to shortstop in the fifth. Nubs one down the first baseline, but it'll go foul. And the count evens at 1-1. Stearns 1 for 3 with those 2 RBIs. Alabama State's actually out-hit Troy 7-5. It's the errors that have killed them. 4 errors to 1. The unearned runs is the difference in the ball game right now. 1-1 pitch, strike on the inside corner. Stearns takes. And the count goes to 1-2. Top of the 8th, Troy leads 5-3 here. 1 out, nobody on. 1-2 count. Fouled straight back into the screen. And we'll do it again. One-two pitch. Got him with the curveball. What goes in the dirt, Hunter May will step inside the line and throw him out. Second strikeout in the inning. That brings up Trey Leonard for Troy. Leonard singled in the second, struck out in the fourth, reached on an error in the sixth, but was caught stealing at third. So Leonard 1 for 3. Lefty on lefty here. Colon battling Leonard. Here's the pitch. Leonard down the right field line, and that's fair, and he can fly. Watch him run. He'll go to second. He's probably going to get a triple out of this. No, he's going to hold at second. I'm a little bit confused by that. I think Leonard could have got to third. But he stops at second with the double. Lead 2 outs, 2-out double. Now with the runner on second, Colin Summerhill is up. Summerhill popped up to first, singled in the fourth, and flew out to left, deep to left in the sixth. So 2 outs here, runner on second. Troy looking for a little more insurance here in the bottom of the top of the eighth. Colon takes his time, gets his sign, looks in and deals. Strike one. Pours in the fastball on the inner half. Summerhill kind of looks down, shakes his head a little bit. Oh, 1 count. Leonard on second, good speed. There's a ball hit to De Guzman. He'll stay down. He'll throw it, and he'll get the out over to Lewis. So that'll do it for Troy in the top of the eighth. They have no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. After 7.5, your score, Troy 5, Alabama State 3. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Leading off for Alabama State here in the bottom of the eighth will be Hunter May, the catcher. He singled in the second, struck out in the third, struck out in the fifth. So May will lead off the eighth inning here, and his job is to get on base. Time is running out on Alabama State. Oates fires a curveball over the outside corner, just misses off the outside corner. Ball 1. He works fast, that's for sure. There's a strike. There's a curveball from Oates. And the count evens at 1-1. And May does the smart thing, steps out of the box to slow Oates down a little bit. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball low, and the count goes to 2-1. 5-3 Troy, bottom of the eighth. Nobody on, nobody out. 2-1's the count to Hunter May. Ball low, 3-1. So Hunter May's job here is to get on base any way possible. A walk would be just as good. And he's up in the count 3-1 right now on Oates, who delivers the 3-1 pitch. And that is ripped down the left field line. That's even better than a walk because May's going to be standing in with a double. It kicks down the left field line, down the foul pole, and Hunter May leads off the inning with a double. Alabama State has got to start capitalizing on some of these opportunities. They've left 7 on base tonight. Of course, Troy's left 6 on base, but it's about where they've left them on base. Alabama State has left runners on second and third with no outs and first and third with no outs. So Dylan Espinal up now. He singled in the second, struck out in the third, and grounded to third in the sixth. With the runner on second, 5-3 here. Espinal's job is to pull the ball to the right side. Strike 1, Oates pours in the fastball, and he's pumping it in there. Oates gets the sign. May not a threat to steal. Here's the pitch. Ball high. They throw behind May, and he just gets back in. And the ball hit him. Either the ball hit him or the tag by Hall got him on the wrist. Might have jammed it going back into second. You don't want that for a right-handed throwing catcher. 1-1 pitch now. Runner at second, nobody out. 5-3 Troy here in the bottom of the eighth. Oates delivers, and there's a strike. That's a nasty pitch. It's a slider, and it cuts late. A lot of late movement, and it's right up underneath your hands. There's really nothing you can do with it. Espinal in the hole now, 1-2, with Jamison on deck. It's the bottom of the Alabama State order. Ball inside. Oates went to the same spot, but it was just a little bit in that time. And the count goes to 2-2. Two-two pitch. Espinal fouls it off, stays alive. And the count remains 2-2. So Hunter May with the leadoff double over the third baseman, Easton Kirk. It was a rope, got down in the corner, kicked around a little bit. May into second easily. Timeout called. Some strategy here with the pitching coach for Troy talking to Oates. Two-two count, runner at second. 5-3 Troy. Espinal trying to get that run home. Ooh, just missed. Oates just missed low. And the count goes full 3-2. I have a feeling if he goes right back there again, he's going to get the call. Oates takes a peek at May. Here's the pitch. And he grounds it to second. He does his job. He moves the runner to third with less than 2 outs. So Espinal, even though he grounds out to the pitcher, he does move May to third. And Trenton Jamison comes up now. Jamison hit into a double play in the second. He singled and scored in the fourth, and he struck out in the sixth. 1 for 3 on the night. This is a big spot right here. Troy is conceding the run to get the out if Jamison can just hit a ground ball. Strike one on the outside corner. Oates pours over that curveball. And the count goes to 0-1 to Jamison. Jamison fights it off. A really defensive cut and fouls it into the Troy dugout, and the count goes to 0-2 with 1 out. Christian Lopez on deck. Actually, Lopez is not on deck. He's been pulled for a pinch hitter. Jamison up the middle, and that's going to get the run home. Good job of hitting by Trenton Jamison as he grounds out to second, but he does bring home the run, and he does get an RBI. So now the score is 5-4 as Hunter May with that leadoff double ended up being huge. He scores. Espinal moves him over to third, and Jamison drives him in. And even though there's 2 outs, it's a 5-4 ball game. Now we got a pinch hitter for Alabama State. Number 15, Kerrigan Edmondson. Edmondson pinch hitting for Alabama State. Left-handed batter. Edmondson, 6'2", 170 sophomore from Hewitt-Trussville High School. Takes a strike on the inside corner, does Edmondson. 0-1 pitch. Here it comes. Grounds it to Wibbs at second. Wibbs up with it and throws him out 4-3. But Alabama State gets a much-needed run. 1 hit, 1 run, no errors, no one left. Your score after 8 complete, Troy 5, Alabama State 4. You're listening to Hornet Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back. Now leading off for Troy, second baseman Donovan Wibbs. Wibbs grounded out in the second, grounded out in the fourth, and tripled in the sixth. Fouls it straight back. He's 1 for 3 is Wibbs. Now playing second base for Alabama State, Jaden Sloan. That means that Espinal moves over to third. Ball low, count goes 1-1. First pitch, Wibbs fouled off. So Sloan at second, Espinal at third. Lopez out of the game. Fly ball to left field. Williams over, drifting, and gets the out. So Wibbs flies out to Williams to start the ninth. Back to the top of the order, William Sullivan up now for Troy. Grounded out in the first, grounded out in the second, walked in the fifth, and grounded out in the sixth. 0 for 3 is Sullivan. This one will reach the seats down the left field line. Oh, 1 out here. 5-4 ball game. Troy leads by a run. Strike 2. Sullivan went around. Bat plane broke the plate. And the count is 0-2. As Cologne's looking to close out leadoff hitter William Sullivan here in the top of the ninth. Steps off the rubber, does not like the sign selection. So Mayo go through him again. Here's the pitch. Curveball, strike 3 looking. A dandy that time by Cologne, lefty on lefty, and all Sullivan can do is watch it. And there's 2 outs. That brings up Jesse Hall now. Hall hit by a pitch in the first, walked in the third, walked in the fifth, flew out to center in the seventh. He does have 2 runs scored, however, tonight. 2 of the 5 runs Jesse Hall has scored for Troy. He's up now with nobody on and 2 outs in a 1-run ball game. As Cologne's trying to get out of this inning. Ball 1 at the feet of Hall. For Alabama State in the all-important bottom of the ninth, they will have King, Lewis, and de Guzman up. Correction, Williams, King, and Lewis up in the bottom of the ninth. 1-1's the count. Hall takes a strike on the inside corner. Here's the pitch. Hall swings and misses on the breaking ball. Colon pulls the string on that one. And the count goes to 1-2 with 2 outs. Alabama State faithful up on their feet a little bit. Cheering on the Hornets to try to get this last out. Here's the pitch. Foul ball into the screen, and the count remains 1-2. Colon gets the sign. There's the pitch, and Hall, did he go around? Yes, he did. Strike 3. What a job by Colon as they go 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. We go to the bottom of the ninth with the score. Troy 5, Alabama State 4. You're listening to Alabama State Baseball on the Hornet Sports Network. Welcome back to the bottom of the ninth here at Riverwalk Stadium. Alabama State with a little bit of work to do. They trail Troy 5-4 here in the bottom of the ninth. It'll be Jabronsky Williams, Corey King, and Chris Lewis to try to get the victory, scratch a couple of runs here for Alabama State. Oates delivers, ball inside. Jabronsky Williams, who got things started the 7th inning with a single, didn't score, but he was at third. And now it's ball 2. If you walk him, he's got some speed. And I would imagine that they'll put him in motion to try to get the tying run across. 2-0 is the count to Williams. Here's the pitch. Ball high, 3-0. Williams with good speed. 3-0 count. Oates delivers. And that's a strike on the outside corner. So Jabronsky Williams takes 3-0 like he should. And Oates pours the fastball in. And the count goes to 3-1. Ball 4. He walks Williams to lead the ninth. And that's dangerous because he can fly. Corey King up now, Alabama State's most consistent hitter. He struck out in the first. He singled in the third. He struck out in the fourth, and he walked in the 7th. So Coach Vasquez calls over King, calls over Chris Lewis, and calls over Williams to try to go over a little strategy here. His run is so big in a 5-4 game. Part in breaking this up. He does. Home plate umpire Lee Ishman says that's enough of that. And now Troy's coach comes out to speak to Oates while Troy warms up in the bullpen. A lot of delays here. And we're back to playing baseball. So Corey King up now with a runner on first. King is the winning run. The tying run's at first, winning run at home. Oates looks in. There's the pitch, and King gets a great bunt down. Williams will be at second, no problem. So King sacrifices. Jablonski goes to second. Jablonski Williams. Chris Lewis up now with a runner on second, one out. Lewis grounded out to short in the first, hit by a pitch in the third, struck out in the fifth, and struck out in the seventh. Lewis is hitting .306 coming into this game, so he is overdue right now. Williams, the tying run at second. Lewis, the winning run at home plate. There's a strike by Oates. Curveball. Oh, 1 pitch, 1 out, runner at second, the tying run. Lewis fouls it straight back. De Guzman on deck. There's a pitch. It's going to get Williams to third. Hall with the throw over to first to Sullivan as Lewis grounds out Jesse Hall to William Sullivan for the second out. Williams does advance to third, so a wild pitch would tie it. But we're down to the last out here for Alabama State. Christopher de Guzman, he singled in the first, doubled in the third, struck out in the fifth, and struck out in the sixth. Tying run at third, 90 feet away. Winning run at home. Right now, the way it stands, Janney would be the winner. Matos would be the loser. And here it comes down to this battle. Oates against de Guzman. Strike one on the outside corner. De Guzman takes it. Count goes to 0-1. Base hit up the middle. No. Ball gets kicked off the mound, and Wibbs makes the play. And that's the final out. That ball looked like it was going up the middle. At the last minute, it gets kicked by Oates, and he slows it down. And that is your ball game. Your final score, Alabama State loses to Troy at Riverwalk Stadium 5-4. Your winning pitcher, Noah Janney. Your loser, Kevin Matos. Alabama State goes to 12-13 on the year. Troy goes to 17-7. Alabama State up next for Alabama State. 3-game series at home at Wheeler Watkins Field against Jackson State. So once again, your final for Troy, 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. For Alabama State, 4 runs, 8 hits, 4 errors. Your final score, Troy 5, Alabama State 4. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Until next time, be safe, everybody.